Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The afternoon light had softened into that peculiar shade of grey that only November in London could produce. A grey that wasn't quite silver, not quite blue, but something hovering between memory and dream. Dr. John Watson stood in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, a cloth in one hand and a bottle of furniture polish in the other, regarding the carpet before him with the expression of a man who has finally admitted defeat to the small domestic chaos that follows after months of neglect. The flat had grown dusty. This was Holmes's fault, of course. When the detective became absorbed in a case, and he was perpetually absorbed in some case or other, the ordinary mechanisms of housekeeping seemed to dissolve entirely. Papers accumulated on every available surface like autumn leaves settling into drifts. The fireplace accumulated ash, and the carpet, dear heavens, had begun to wear its neglect visibly, as if protesting the indignity of being walked upon without the courtesy of a proper cleaning in far too long. Watson had no particular investment in domestic cleanliness. He was not the sort of man to fuss over minutiae. But on this particular November afternoon, with Holmes away on some errand in Limehouse, and Mrs. Hudson occupied with market day, something had stirred in him, a restless desire to impose order, however briefly and however futilely, upon their modest corner of the world. The flat smelled of leather and old paper, a scent Watson had grown so accustomed to that he barely noticed it anymore. Beneath that lay the fainter scent of coal smoke, that inescapable perfume of Victorian London that seeped through every crack and crevice, no matter how carefully one sealed one's windows. And beneath that, if one attended carefully, the ghost of Mrs. Hudson's lavender polish, her attempt, heroic in its futility, to impose some fragrance of hope upon the standing disorder of their chambers. Watson knelt beside the carpet with the careful deliberation of a man whose joints were beginning to remind him that he was not as young as he once was. The morning's foray into cleaning had already taxed him pleasantly, a good, honest labour that pleased both body and mind. Now came the carpet, that vast expanse of faded red and cream that had witnessed, he reflected, the footsteps of two men for the better part of a decade. How many times had he and Holmes walked across this very surface? How many moments of triumph and catastrophe had played out upon its worn threads? The polish was a pale cream colour, with a faint almond scent that spoke of some earnest manufacturer's attempts at gentility. Watson worked the cloth across the carpet's surface in methodical sweeps, the repetitive motion settling his mind into that peculiar meditative state that accompanied useful labour. The fabric grew soft beneath his hands, darkening slightly as the cloth withdrew dust and grime accumulated over months. It was this attention to the carpet's texture that made him notice something odd. There was a slight ridge in the weave, near the edge of the carpet, a point where something seemed to catch beneath the fabric itself. Watson paused, tilting his head. The afternoon light, that strange November grey, slanted through the window at precisely the angle necessary to cast a faint shadow across the spot. He ran his fingers across it gently. Yes, definitely something there. Something solid. Something that had been resting beneath the carpet for how long precisely? Watson set down his cloth and bottle with the deliberateness of a man embarking upon a small investigation. He was, after all, the companion of Sherlock Holmes. Some portion of his friend's investigative instinct had, through osmosis and long association, transferred itself into Watson's own nature, not in its full flowering, of course. Watson had no pretensions to Holmes's almost preternatural gifts of observation and deduction, but he had learned to notice. He had learned to attend to small irregularities in the ordinary world. He grasped the corner of the carpet and gently lifted it. The aged wool was heavier than he expected, resisting his efforts with the inertia of an object that had been undisturbed for far too long. Dust motes rose into the afternoon light like small spirits taking flight, a swirling constellation that made Watson cough softly. And there, On the floorboards beneath lay an envelope. It was yellowed with age, the paper brittle and discoloured by the moisture of years. The edges were curled slightly, giving the thing the appearance of a dried leaf that had been pressed between the pages of a book for decades. The envelope was addressed in a hand that was once elegant. Watson could see that even now, beneath the fading, but the ink had faded to a rusty brown that might have been aged, or might have been something else entirely. Watson sat back on his heels, studying the thing without yet touching it. This was the sort of moment when his mind naturally turned toward his absent companion. Holmes would have already deduced half the story simply by looking at the envelope's position, the quality of the paper, the precise shade of fading. Holmes would have reconstructed entire histories from the subtle evidence of time's passage. But Holmes was not here, and Watson had developed in their years together a certain cautious independence of thought. He reached down slowly and lifted the envelope. It was lighter than he expected, nearly weightless in a way that suggested the letter within might itself be equally fragile. The envelope bore no postmark, no evidence of having passed through the postal service at all. Instead, the front bore only a name, written in that faded, elegant script. Eleanor. Eleanor. A single name. No address, no destination indicated, and no indication of who had intended to send it, or why. Watson turned the envelope over in his hands. The back was unmarked. The seal, if it had ever possessed one, was long since broken or deteriorated. The envelope simply opened, as if releasing its contents would be as easy and inevitable as a breath. But Watson, who had learned something of discretion in his time, did not open it immediately. Instead, he rose to his feet, still holding the envelope, and moved to the window. The grey afternoon light seemed appropriate for examining such a thing. Neither too bright nor too dim, but somewhere in that neutral zone where the past and present seemed to exist simultaneously. The carpet beneath his feet, he reflected, had been part of this flat for how long? He could not precisely recall when it had been laid. It had been here when he and Holmes first took the rooms in 1881, that much was certain. But before that, the carpet would have covered the floors during some other era of the flat's existence. Some other set of occupants would have walked across it, left their marks upon it, dropped things that slipped beneath its fabric and were forgotten. This envelope, for instance. How long had it rested there? Years, certainly. Decades, perhaps. The flat had been occupied by various tenants before Watson and Holmes had arrived. Mrs. Hudson had mentioned it occasionally in those oblique references to the flat's history that landladies make when they feel the conversation has warranted such confidences. Before the detective and the doctor, there had been others. Before them, still others. And someone named Eleanor, or someone who knew someone named Eleanor, had written a letter that never made it to its destination. The letter had slipped, or been dropped, or perhaps deliberately hidden beneath the carpet, and there it remained, a small secret, a forgotten message, waiting for decades to be discovered by a man doing nothing more remarkable than attempting to clean his flat on a November afternoon. Watson moved the envelope to the light more directly. Even through the yellowed paper he could make out the faint outline of words within. There was definitely a letter inside, not merely the envelope. The paper within was folded, pressed flat after so many years. The writing was as elegant as the address on the front, though it was now nearly illegible through the aged envelope. He found himself gripping the envelope a bit more tightly than necessary. There was something about this, something that touched that same investigative curiosity that had drawn him to detective life in the first place. Not every day did one discover a forgotten message, a letter lost to time, waiting beneath one's own sitting room carpet. Not every day did the past literally emerge from beneath one's feet. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily, its sound filling the silence of the flat. Outside, the sounds of Baker Street drifted up from below, the hoofbeats of horses on the wet cobblestones, the cry of a newspaper seller, the distant call of a lamplighter beginning his evening rounds. The day was moving toward dusk, that November dusk that came early and definitively, as if the sun had lost its argument with the grey sky and was withdrawing in defeat. Watson stood holding the envelope, feeling the weight of its years in his hands. Somewhere in London, or perhaps not in London at all, was Eleanor to whom this letter had been addressed. Eleanor was either now receiving it decades late, or Eleanor was no longer here to receive anything at all. Eleanor was living her life, unaware that a message meant for her had been resting all these years beneath the floorboards of a flat on Baker Street, pressed flat by a carpet, accumulating dust and the smell of coal smoke and the scent of Mrs. Hudson's lavender polish. The question Watson found himself asking, as the November afternoon darkened toward evening and the first gas lamps began to glow on Baker Street, was not merely who Eleanor was, or who had written to her, or why the letter had remained undisturbed for so long. The question, rather, was whether he ought to open it. It was, after all, not addressed to him. It was not his mystery to solve, his secret to uncover. It was someone else's correspondence, someone else's forgotten moment, someone else's unfinished business. And yet... Watson set the envelope gently on the mantelpiece, where the firelight, just beginning to glow as Mrs. Hudson had left the fire banked for evening, could illuminate it. The light caught the edges of the yellowed paper, making them seem almost a shimmer. Almost, he thought faintly, as if the letter itself were trying to communicate something, some urgent message that had been waiting decades to be heard. He stood before the fire for a long moment, watching the envelope rest in the dancing light. The flat around him was exactly as it had always been. The familiar furniture, the familiar disorder of Holmes's scientific projects and papers, the familiar comfort of the place that had been home to him for so many years. And yet, with the introduction of this single forgotten letter, something had shifted. The flat was no longer quite itself, or rather, it had become more itself, had become, Watson realized, a repository of time, a keeper of secrets, a place where the past and present could still, after all these years, intersect. He did not, that evening, open the letter. Instead, he left it on the mantelpiece and descended to have tea, with Mrs. Hudson, hoping perhaps for some fragment of information about the flat's history. The housekeeper might remember something. The housekeeper, Watson knew, remembered everything. But as he descended the stairs, he carried with him the weight of the unanswered question, the mystery of Eleanor, the riddle of the forgotten letter. It rested in his mind like the envelope had rested beneath the carpet, something waiting patiently for someone to attend to it, something biding its time, something that seemed to suggest that even in a flat as familiar as this one, in a life as established and certain as his own, there remained mysteries waiting to be discovered. The evening was falling now, true evening, the kind that came swiftly in London in November. The gas lamps flared to life on Baker Street, casting their warm pools of light onto the wet cobblestones below. And in the sitting room at 221B, the envelope remained on the mantelpiece waiting, as envelopes do, for someone to finally attend to its contents and discover what message had been waiting all these years to be read. The flat settled into evening, the fire warming the space, the sounds of London muffled by distance and the coming darkness. And somewhere in that darkness, across the city and through the decades, there was an Eleanor who had never received her letter. Or perhaps, Watson thought, watching the firelight dance across the envelope's yellowed surface as he paused in the doorway, there had once been an Eleanor, and now there was only the letter itself, waiting to tell her story to whoever might finally be patient enough to listen. Mrs. Hudson, when asked with suitable casualness about the flat's former residents, proved to be precisely the repository of knowledge Watson had anticipated. She sat in her small kitchen, a cup of tea steaming gently before her, her weathered hands folded in that patient way that long years of housekeeping had cultivated. The kitchen smelled of baked bread and warm milk, a comforting scent that seemed to invite confidence. The flat before you gentlemen came. Mrs. Hudson tilted her head slightly, as if consulting some vast internal archive of memory. Oh, that was nearly a decade ago now, wasn't it? Let me think. There was a Mr. Carmichael, dreadfully dull man, worked in insurance or some such thing. He stayed perhaps 3 years. Before him... She paused, her eyes growing distant in the way that suggested she was travelling backward through time, room by room, year by year, through all the inhabitants of 221B Baker Street. Before him was a pair of young women, she continued, her voice taking on that particular quality that suggested she was about to impart something of genuine interest. Companions, they said they were. One was a governess, I believe. Eleanor was her name, a lovely girl, very quiet, kept to herself. The other was her employer, Miss Catherine Ashworth, from one of the good families on the square. They rented this flat together for perhaps 2 years, maybe a bit more. Watson, who had been sipping his tea with deliberate nonchalance, felt something shift in his attention. "A governess?" he asked carefully. "And they lived here together?" "Unusual arrangement, I know," Mrs. Hudson said, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "But Miss Ashworth was a widow, you see, quite independent-minded. She'd taken up some sort of charitable work, helping young women who'd fallen on difficult circumstances, I believe. Eleanor was one of them. The arrangement was meant to be temporary, but they stayed quite a while. Got on well enough as far as I could tell. Very quiet, both of them. Kept their own hours." Watson set down his teacup with careful deliberation. "Do you happen to recall Eleanor's surname?" Mrs. Hudson frowned slightly, concentrating. "It began with an M, I think. Matthewson? No. Moorbury? Something like that. I'm afraid my memory isn't what it once was, Dr. Watson. These things do slip away after so many years." M. The initial in the letter was M. "When did they leave?" Watson asked, trying to keep his voice level. "Oh, that would have been 1878, I suppose. Maybe 1879. They left rather suddenly, if I recall. I think Miss Ashworth took ill, I think. Or perhaps Eleanor did. There was some upheaval. They gave their notice and were gone within a fortnight. I never did hear what became of them afterward." Watson thanked Mrs. Hudson, finished his tea in the warm, bread-scented kitchen, and returned to the flat with his mind racing in that way it did when scattered pieces of information began, however tentatively, to coalesce into something approaching coherence. The envelope remained on the mantelpiece where he had left it, the firelight still catching its edges, making it seem to glow with a gentle luminescence that was perhaps merely the effect of memory and anticipation. Watson found himself standing before it for a long moment, listening to the sounds of Baker Street filtered through the windows, the distant call of a lamplighter, the hollow echo of hoofbeats on wet cobblestones, the ordinary nocturnal music of Victorian London. He took the envelope down from the mantelpiece and moved to his chair near the fire, where the light was strongest. The paper crackled slightly in his hands, a sound like autumn leaves, like the whisper of time itself. For a moment he simply held it, feeling the weight of 17 years of dust and darkness, of secrets waiting in the concealment beneath a carpet. Then, very carefully, he opened it. The letter within was folded in the precise manner of Victorian correspondence, the paper creased into exact thirds, the edges as sharp as if they'd been pressed only yesterday rather than decades ago. It was written on cream-coloured stationery that bore no letterhead, no mark to indicate its source, just paper and words, and the elegant handwriting of a woman who had been taught, in her youth, the proper form of written communication. The letter was undated. There was no salutation beyond the single word Eleanor on the envelope. It began simply as if mid-conversation, as if the writer and recipient had already been speaking, and this was merely the continuation of something already begun. "My dearest Eleanor, I cannot send this, and yet I find I cannot destroy it either. These words must exist somewhere, must be preserved in some form, even if they never reach the eyes for which they were intended. Perhaps some day, long after we have both moved beyond this moment, someone will find these pages and understand, or perhaps they will never be read at all, and will crumble to dust as all unspoken words eventually must. I've been trying to compose these words for 3 weeks now. I begin, and I falter. I begin again, and I cannot find the language adequate to the feeling. How does one speak of something that must remain forever unspoken? How does one commit to paper a truth that cannot be acknowledged, a reality that must be denied in every practical moment of life?" Watson paused in his reading, aware that he was holding something profoundly private, something that had been written with the clear intention that it should never reach its recipient. He glanced toward the door, as if suddenly concerned about being observed in this act of intimate voyeurism. But the flat was silent. Holmes was elsewhere, and there was no one to witness this moment save the fire, which crackled softly and seemed to take no moral position on the matter of reading other people's letters. He returned his attention to the page. "I know, of course, that this is selfish. I know that I should not feel what I feel, that I should not permit myself these thoughts that occupy every quiet moment. I know that we exist in a world with laws and proprieties that make such feelings not merely improper, but impossible. And yet they exist nonetheless, Eleanor. They exist in defiance of all good sense and propriety. They exist in the quiet hours when I should be sleeping, but instead find myself thinking of your voice, of the particular way you have tilting your head when you're concentrating on your needlework, of the kindness in your eyes when you think no one is observing you. I cannot ask you to acknowledge these words. I cannot even show them to you, much as it tears at me to keep this secret. You have built a careful life, Eleanor, a life of modest means but considerable dignity, a life where you have created a place for yourself through your own efforts and your own character. I cannot and will not disrupt that with declarations that could only bring you distress. But know this, if ever you find these words, you have been, and will remain, the finest person I have ever known. You have taught me, through your quiet example, what grace truly means. And if I do nothing else with my life but have known you, have had the privilege of your company for these months we have shared, under this roof, then I will consider my life well lived. I will burn this letter tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. I cannot decide whether it is better that such words exist at all, even in secret. But for tonight, I will allow them to remain, and I will allow myself to imagine just for this moment that somewhere in the future someone might understand. With every feeling I am not permitted to express, M. Watson sat with the letter resting in his hands, his eyes lingering on that final initial, M, nothing more, just the single letter that could have belonged to any number of names, any number of men, and yet somehow contained within it the weight of an entire universe of unspoken longing. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, St. Paul's Cathedral's bells began to chime the hour, 9 o'clock, marking the division of evening into late night. Watson counted the strokes automatically, even as his mind grappled with the contents of the letter. This was not, he realized, the letter of a moment's passing fancy. This was the work of someone who had spent considerable time in contemplation, who had drafted and redrafted his words, who had chosen each phrase with care. This was the letter of a man of education, of refinement, of emotional depth, and this was the letter of a man who knew that his feelings were hopeless. Watson rose from his chair and moved to his desk where he kept his notes and his journal. He found a blank page and began to write down what he knew and what he had deduced, a habit he had fallen into during his years with Holmes, when it was often useful to arrange facts in linear order. Eleanor, governess, employed by Miss Catherine Ashworth, lived at 221B Baker Street, 1876-1879, approximate. Quiet, gentle nature, independent means limited, kept apart from respectable society by her station. M, educated, refined sensibility, man of means or position sufficient to afford Baker Street accommodation, familiar enough with Eleanor's household routine to have intimate knowledge of her habits and mannerisms, aware that relationship across class barriers was impossible, suggests either significantly higher social standing or some other bar to their connection. Letter written but never sent, hidden beneath carpet, deliberately or accidentally. Timing unclear, but possibly written near the time of their departure from the flat. Watson stared at the page, his mind turning over the implications. Eleanor was a real person who had lived within these very walls. Eleanor had walked across the very carpet beneath which her letter had lain hidden. Eleanor had been the object of M's undeclared affection, completely unaware, presumably, that such feelings existed. And now Eleanor was... where? Still living, or long since deceased? Married to someone else, perhaps, building a life in ignorance of this letter of devotion that had been written in her absence? Or perhaps never receiving it had been a mercy. Perhaps Eleanor had gone on to a life unmarked by the complication of M's feelings, free to build whatever future her circumstances allowed. Watson found himself standing once more at the window, looking out onto Baker Street at the hour when it was neither fully occupied nor fully deserted. A few late pedestrians hurried past, muffled against the November chill. A hansom cab rattled past, its interior lit by the glow of a passenger's lamp. The gas lamps cast their pools of yellow light onto the wet pavement, and within each pool, Watson could almost see the ghosts of all the people who had passed this spot over the years, all the lives that had crossed and intertwined and separated again. Eleanor had walked these streets. Eleanor had stood, perhaps, in this very room and looked out at this very scene, and Eleanor had left behind her, unintentionally, the record of a man's impossible devotion. Watson returned to the letter and read it once more carefully this time, attending to every nuance of feeling, every carefully chosen word. The more he read it, the more the identity of M seemed to become a matter of almost secondary importance. What mattered was the emotion that had driven someone to commit such feelings to paper, knowing they could never be shared, never be acknowledged, never result in anything but pain. It was, Watson reflected, the purest form of love that existed entirely separated from any possibility of return, any possibility of satisfaction, any possibility of anything beyond the secret harbouring of affection that must remain forever locked within the heart. It was the sort of love that belonged to poetry and tragedy, not to the practical world of late Victorian London. He placed the letter carefully back into its envelope and moved it from the mantelpiece to his desk, where it rested atop his notes like an artefact that had just been unearthed from some archaeological dig into the layers of the past. Tomorrow, he decided, he would begin to investigate in earnest. Tomorrow he would consult records, track down names, and attempt to reconstruct the lives of Eleanor and M. Tomorrow he would attempt to answer the questions that the letter had raised. But tonight, sitting by the fire while the November darkness deepened outside and Baker Street settled into that peculiar quiet that came in the small hours before dawn, Watson simply allowed himself to sit with the knowledge that, within these very walls, a great and secret feeling had existed. Within these walls someone had felt deeply and had chosen to protect the dignity and peace of the one they loved by remaining silent. The flat seemed different now that he knew this. It seemed to shimmer with history, to contain within its ordinary walls evidence of extraordinary emotion. Every corner carried the invisible imprint of those who had lived here before. Eleanor with her quiet grace, M with his hopeless devotion, Miss Ashworth with her charitable intentions. Watson watched the fire, burned down to embers, watched the light shift and fade, watched the night deepen. And with each passing moment, his curiosity grew. Eleanor's story, Eleanor's full story, remained to be uncovered. And somewhere in the records of London, in the memories of those who might have known her, in the traces she had left behind in the practical world, the answer might still exist. The letter had been waiting beneath the carpet for 17 years. It had been waiting for someone patient enough to find it and compassionate enough to understand it. It had been waiting for someone to read it and decide that Eleanor's story deserved to be known, that M's feelings deserved to be honoured through understanding, even if they could never be honoured through reciprocation. Watson settled deeper into his chair, the letter resting in his lap, and allowed the warmth of the dying fire and the comfort of this small lamp-lit corner of Baker Street to carry him into the first stages of contemplation. Tomorrow will bring an investigation. Tonight brought only the profound sense that the past was not nearly as past as one might believe, and that sometimes, in the most ordinary of moments, while cleaning a carpet, while moving through a familiar room, the forgotten stories of the dead could reach out and touch the living, asking only to be understood. The morning arrived grey and damp, with the particular quality of November dampness that seemed to seep not just through clothing, but through one's very spirit, as if moisture were a fundamental condition of existence rather than a mere weather phenomenon. Watson had slept poorly, his dreams occupied by fragmentary images of Eleanor, a face he had never seen but could almost imagine, a voice he had never heard but seemed to echo through the corridors of his sleeping mind. He rose early and dressed with particular care, as if he were preparing for something more significant than an ordinary day of investigation. By 8 o'clock, he was making his way through the rain-slicked streets of London toward the offices of the Chelsea Register House, where records of residents and their movements might be obtained, or so he hoped. The rain fell softly, steadily, turning the cobblestones into mirrors that reflected the grey sky above, creating the illusion that one walked between two infinite expanses of cloud. The clerk at the Register House, a thin man with the particular pallor of someone who had spent decades in artificially lit rooms, was initially reluctant to provide information. Watson persisted with the charm that long years of medical practice had taught him, and eventually the man proved amenable to consulting his records for information regarding Miss Eleanor Mowbray. For this, Mrs. Hudson had ultimately recalled Eleanor's surname, Eleanor Mowbray. The name settled into Watson's mind like a small key fitting into a lock. The records indicated that Eleanor Mowbray had indeed resided at 221B Baker, Street from 1876 to 1878, in the company of Miss Catherine Ashworth. After 1878, the records became less clear. There was mention of a position as governess for a family in Maida Vale, dated 1879 to 1881. After that, the trail grew cold. Watson thanked the clerk profusely and departed with this slim but tangible information resting in his notebook. Eleanor Mowbray had existed. Eleanor Mowbray had lived her life in London, had taken positions, and had moved from place to place as her circumstances required. Eleanor was not merely the recipient of a letter that had never reached her. She was a person with a documented history, however fragmentary and obscured by time. His next stop was the British Museum Reading Room, that vast cathedral of accumulated knowledge where the records of London's past, both significant and mundane, were catalogued and preserved. Watson made his way through the reference materials with the systematic patience that Holmes had taught him, hunting for any mention of Eleanor Mowbray in the society pages and notices that filled the Victorian newspapers. It was tedious work. The hours passed in a blur of yellowed pages, fading ink, the smell of aged paper, and the particular dust that accumulates in archives. The reading room was quiet, save for the occasional scratch of pens, the soft turning of pages, the muted sound of scholars engaged in their own pursuits of knowledge. Watson felt in this place something of the same meditative peace that had drawn him to investigation in the first place, the sense that the past was not truly past, but merely filed away, waiting for someone patient enough to retrieve it. And then, quite by accident, he found something, a notice from 1879, published in the Illustrated London News, a small item, tucked between advertisements and brief society notices, a wedding announcement. The wedding of Miss Eleanor Mowbray to Mr. Edmund Hartwell Escutons was solemnised at St. Michael's Church, Maida Vale, on the 15th of June, 1879. The bride, whose father was the late Reverend William Mowbray of Kent, was attended by Miss Catherine Ashworth. The groom, a respected member of the East India Trading Company, will reside with his bride in Kensington. Watson sat very still, his eyes fixed on the small printed notice. Eleanor had married. Eleanor had married Edmund Hartwell Escutons in June of 1879, which meant she had married approximately a year after the letter had been written, and roughly a year after she had departed from 221B Baker Street. Eleanor, the quiet governess, the subject of M's desperate and impossible love, had eventually married, had built a life with Mr. Edmund Hartwell, had moved to Kensington, had presumably built whatever domestic existence circumstances allowed. Watson copied the information into his notebook with a trembling hand, not from fear, but from the weight of what he was discovering. M's letter had been written to a woman who would, shortly thereafter, marry another man. M, in writing his letter of undeclared devotion, had been unaware that Eleanor's path was about to diverge so completely from the quiet life of a governess in Baker Street. Or had M known? Had M perhaps learned of Eleanor's engagement and written the letter precisely because he knew the moment was passing? Had the letter been a kind of goodbye, a final acknowledgement of feelings that must now remain forever unacknowledged? From the reading room, Watson made his way to the Kensington Registry, where he attempted once more to trace Eleanor's path. He found records indicating that Eleanor Hartwell, now Eleanor Hartwell, the name changed as surely as if she had become a different person, had resided at a respectable address in Kensington for several years. After that, the records once again became fragmentary. There was a brief mention in a death notice from 1893, indicating that the wife of Edmund Hartwell Escutons had passed away from influenza. Eleanor had died. Eleanor Hartwell, the woman who had once been Eleanor Mowbray, had lived through her marriage to Edmund, through whatever joys or sorrows that marriage had contained, and had eventually succumbed to that most Victorian of afflictions, or influenza. She had been gone for more than a decade now, dissolved into the past as surely as if she had never existed at all. Watson sat on a bench outside the registry, allowing the rain to fall upon his shoulders, feeling the weight of this discovery settle into him like physical ballast. Eleanor was dead. Eleanor had never known about M's letter. Eleanor had married Mr. Edmund Hartwell and had lived whatever life was available to her, and now she was gone. By afternoon, Watson found himself in a quiet establishment near Covent Garden, a public house that catered to clerks and professionals, where he could sit in a corner booth with a pot of tea and attempt to organise his thoughts. The pub was warm and smelled of beer and tobacco, and the low murmur of conversations around him seemed to form a kind of ambient solace. He spread out his notes on the small table and reviewed what he had learned. Eleanor Mowbray, born the daughter of a country clergyman, had become a governess, a respectable but precarious profession that required all her dignity and none of her comfort. She had lived at 221B Baker Street from 1876 to 1878, in the company of Miss Catherine Ashworth, who had apparently taken her under her protective wing. During this time, she had been the recipient of undeclared affection from a man known only as M. In 1879, she had married Edmund Hartwell, a man connected to the East India Trading Company. She had borne the name Eleanor Hartwell for the remainder of her life, and had died in 1893. But who was M? Who was the man who had written that letter, who had felt so deeply, who had chosen to remain silent? The question gnawed at Watson throughout the remainder of the day. He made his way through the rain-dampened streets of London, observing but not truly seeing the life that moved around him. Vendors called their wares, lamplighters made their slow progress along the streets, setting alight the gas lamps that would illuminate the evening. Women with shopping parcels hurried past, eager to return to warmth and comfort. Children played in puddles, their laughter cutting through the damp afternoon air. By the time Watson returned to Baker Street, the evening had fully arrived. The sitting room was dark and cold, the fire long since gone to ash. Watson lit the lamps and set about rekindling the fire, allowing the physical labour to settle his mind. Once the fire was burning, he settled into his chair with the letter once more. He read it through again, this time with the knowledge that Eleanor had married another man, had lived another life, and had been gone from the world for more than a decade. The letter seemed to take on new dimensions in light of this knowledge. M's declaration, "If I do nothing else with my life but have known you, have had the privilege of your company for these months we have shared under this roof, then I will consider my life well lived," seemed now to contain an even deeper melancholy. M had known Eleanor during a very specific window of her life, had treasured those moments, and had then watched her depart. Watson found himself contemplating the nature of the love that M had expressed. It was not the love of passion or possession, he realised. It was something far more poignant, the love of someone who has the wisdom to understand that certain feelings should never be expressed, that certain attachments are beautiful precisely because they remain unspoken, that sometimes the greatest gift one can offer is silence. A knock on the door disturbed his contemplation. Mrs. Hudson entered with a supper tray, soup, bread, a cold meat pasty, and observed with some concern that the doctor appeared preoccupied. "Is everything well, Dr. Watson?" she inquired, setting down the tray with careful attention. Watson found himself responding with a question. "Mrs. Hudson, do you ever recall what became of Miss Eleanor Mowbray after she left the flat? Do you remember anything about her marriage or her later life?" Mrs. Hudson's expression shifted into something resembling recollection mixed with melancholy. "Oh, I'm afraid not, sir. She left rather suddenly, as I mentioned, and once the tenants departed, one rarely heard from them again, though I seem to recall some years later, perhaps 3 or 4 years after she'd gone, hearing that she'd been married to a respectable gentleman. I believe someone mentioned it in passing, Mrs. Carmichael's daughter, perhaps, or some such connection. But I never saw her again after she left the flat. People move on, Dr. Watson. That is the way of the world." "Yes," Watson said softly. "I suppose it is." After Mrs. Hudson had departed, Watson ate the supper mechanically, tasting little of it. His mind was occupied with the larger picture he was constructing. Eleanor had left Baker Street, had lived her life, had married, and had been forgotten, or nearly so. She existed now primarily as a name in a newspaper, a line in a registry, a ghost in the memory of someone like Mrs. Hudson. But she was also something more. She was the inspiration for M's letter, the reason that a man had sat down and written words he never intended to send, had poured out feelings that could never be acknowledged. She had mattered to someone, even if she'd never known it. Watson rose and moved once more to the window, looking out onto Baker Street at the hour when evening had fully surrendered to night. The rain had ceased, and the cobblestones gleamed in the lamplight, reflecting the golden glow of the gas lamps like a liquid version of the light itself. Somewhere out there, in the vast, complicated network of London, Edmund Hartwell presumably still lived. Somewhere, The life that Eleanor had lived as Mrs. Edmund Hartwell still echoed in the memories of those who had known her. But within these walls, at 221B Baker Street, Eleanor's memory rested most poignantly in the form of a letter that had waited 17 years to be discovered. The letter was Eleanor's true monument, Watson realised. Not her marriage, not her respectability, not her eventual mortality, but rather the fact that someone had loved her so much that they had been compelled to write words that could never be read, to express feelings that could never be acknowledged, to create a record of affection that would exist in secret. It was, in its own way, a kind of immortality. The Ellen that Em had known, the Ellen that Em had observed and treasured, lived on in the words of that letter. She lived on in the mind of anyone who read those words and understood them. She existed as a principle, as an example of quiet grace, as the subject of a devotion so complete and so selfless that it transcended the ordinary categories of romance and transformed itself into something approaching reverence. Watson returned to his chair and picked up his notebook once more. Tomorrow, he decided, he would continue his investigation. Tomorrow he would attempt to trace M, to understand who had written the letter and what had become of him. But tonight, he would sit by the fire and read the letter one more time, allowing himself to mourn for Eleanor Morebury, who had been loved without knowing it, and whose life had been brief and modest and had mattered to at least one person desperately and completely. The fire crackled softly. The night deepened around the flat, and somewhere in the accumulated history of 221B Baker Street, the presence of those who had lived here before seemed to shimmer at the edge of perception, acknowledging the attention that was finally, after so many years, being paid to their forgotten stories. Eleanor had lived here. Em had loved her here. And now, in the darkness of a November night, with the rain softly beginning once more to fall on Baker Street, their story was finally beginning to be told. Not to them, for they were gone, but to the present, to the living, to anyone patient enough to listen to the voices of the past that still echoed through these familiar rooms. The morning after his research at the British Museum, Watson woke with a peculiar sense of urgency, tempered by the quietude that comes from having pursued a path of inquiry into the past. The question that had occupied his mind through the night, who was M, seemed to demand an answer, and yet the answer seemed deliberately obscured by the passage of time itself, as if the letter's author had taken deliberate care to ensure that his identity would remain concealed. Watson took his breakfast slowly, allowing the warmth of tea and the modest comfort of toast and marmalade to settle his mind. Holmes remained absent from his case in Limehouse, that city of shadows and secrets that seemed to call to him with regularity, and Watson found himself oddly grateful for the solitude. There was something about pursuing this particular mystery that felt deeply personal, something that required the quiet space of independent thought rather than the glare of his companion's penetrating intellect. By mid-morning, Watson found himself once more making his way through the damp streets of London. This time his destination was different, not the great institutions of recorded fact, but rather the more intimate repositories of memory that existed within the neighbourhoods themselves. He had decided to visit Maida Vale, where Eleanor had taken her position as governess in 1879, the year after she'd departed from Baker Street. Maida Vale in November was quieter than central London, more residential in character, with tree-lined streets and the particular quality of peace that seemed to belong to the suburbs. The rain had ceased, leaving the world damp and glistening. The light filtered through clouds in that soft way that made everything seem slightly dreamlike, slightly removed from ordinary time. Watson located the address that he had found in the employment records, a substantial house on a tree-lined street, the sort of residence that belonged to a prosperous merchant or professional man. He stood before it for a long moment, observing the details. The house was well maintained, the windows clean, the front steps swept. A place, he reflected, where a respectable governess might find employment. It was risky to simply knock on the door and inquire about events that had transpired more than a decade and a half ago. And yet, Watson had learned through his years with Holmes that the most direct approach was often the most productive. He approached the door and pulled the bell. A housemaid answered, a young woman with the particular weariness that came from years of service. When Watson inquired, with studied casualness, about whether the family might have employed a governess named Eleanor Morebury some 16 or 17 years ago, The maid's expression shifted into something resembling confusion. "That would be before my time, sir," she said. "But I could ask Mrs. Pritchard. She's the housekeeper. She's been here for nearly 30 years, she has." Mrs. Pritchard, when she appeared, was a woman in her 60s with the particular authority that long service in a household confers. She regarded Watson with the measuring gaze of someone accustomed to assessing strangers at her employer's threshold. "Miss Morebury, you said?" Mrs. Pritchard's eyes grew distant in the way that suggested memory was being accessed. "Yes, I do recall her. Not a governess here, though. Our governess then was Miss Hartwell, Eleanor Hartwell. She married one of the visiting family friends, she did. Edmund Hartwell was his name. Came visiting the family she was governess to, and they took a fancy to each other. Married within a year, if I recall correctly." Watson felt something shift in his understanding. Eleanor had not taken a position as a governess after leaving Baker Street. She had already been a governess, which meant she must have begun her employment before she had lived at Baker Street, or immediately upon leaving it. The registry records, he realised, had been incomplete or incorrectly interpreted. "Do you happen to recall anything about Miss Eleanor before her marriage?" Watson asked carefully. "Her character, her habits, her connections." Mrs. Pritchard folded her hands before her and regarded Watson with a kind of tolerant curiosity, as if she were attempting to determine what business a well-dressed gentleman might have in inquiring about a governess who had left her employment nearly 2 decades ago. "She was a quiet young woman," Mrs. Pritchard said eventually, "gentle in her dealings with the children, very proper in her manner. She had a friend who visited occasionally, an older woman, not family, but clearly devoted to her. The two of them would sit in the parlour on Miss Eleanor's afternoons off, and they'd talk very quietly together, almost as if they were sharing secrets. Catherine Ashworth. It must have been Catherine Ashworth, the woman who had sheltered Eleanor, who had taken her under her protective wing, with whom Eleanor had lived at Baker Street." "Do you happen to recall the name of Miss Eleanor's friend?" Watson asked. "Catherine something or other, I believe," Mrs. Pritchard replied. "A widow, very kind-spoken. I had the impression she was helping the young lady in some way. Perhaps she'd known Miss Eleanor's family. These matters weren't my concern, naturally, but one notices these things." Watson thanked Mrs. Pritchard profusely, and made his way back through Maida Vale as afternoon was sliding toward evening. The pieces of Eleanor's story were beginning to form a more complete picture now. She had come to London, presumably from the country, as a governess, a bare, respectable but isolated profession that offered modest wages and no personal autonomy. She had encountered Catherine Ashworth, a widow of means with charitable inclinations, who had taken her into her household at Baker Street, perhaps as a companion, perhaps as a protégée, perhaps as both. For 2 years, Eleanor had lived in the relative safety and comfort that Catherine could provide, and during those 2 years Eleanor had been loved, silently and desperately, by a man known only as M. What had M been? Visitor to the household? Friend of Catherine's? Someone encountered in the neighbourhood? Someone who had observed Eleanor in her daily life and had fallen in love with her quiet dignity, her grace, her gentle nature? Watson found himself considering the circumstances that would have made such a love inevitable and impossible simultaneously. M had been someone of sufficient standing to move in circles where he might encounter Eleanor at Baker Street. M had been someone educated enough to write the letter with such eloquence. M had been someone aware enough of Victorian propriety to understand that his feelings could never be expressed. Has M been married? That was one possibility. That explained both the impossibility of the situation and the desperate privacy of the letter. Or had M been of such significantly higher social standing that a relationship with a governess would have been unthinkable? That was equally possible, perhaps more so. Watson returned to Baker Street as the November dusk deepened into evening, his mind occupied with these questions. He found himself once more seated before the fire with the letter in his hands, reading it with new understanding now that he had visited the places where Eleanor had lived and had spoken to people who had known her. "I know the language of propriety," M had written, implicitly, through every choice of word. "I know why this cannot be. I am telling you these things not because I hope for a response, but because I must acknowledge, at least to this letter, if to no other being, that you have mattered to me." It was, Watson reflected, one of the most poignant forms of love that one person could feel for another. M had chosen silence. M had chosen to preserve Eleanor's peace and dignity by remaining unknown. And Em had then done what so many people who love silently do. Em had written it all down in a letter that was never meant to be sent, had sealed that letter, and had hidden it beneath a carpet where it had remained through years and decades waiting. That evening, Watson sat down and began to write in his journal, not the neat, carefully edited narrative that he sometimes prepared for publication, but rather a private reflection on what he was discovering. The human heart, he wrote, contains within it infinite capacity for feeling, and yet the world constrains that feeling into forms that can scarcely be acknowledged. Eleanor Morbury lived a life of modest circumstance and respectable obscurity. She was a governess, a position of some dignity but considerable isolation. She lived under the protection and companionship of Miss Catherine Ashworth, whose charity extended to those less fortunate in circumstance. She married Edmund Hartwell, presumably out of affection, or at least a sense that marriage represented security and social standing. She lived her life, performed her duties, and eventually died, as we all must die. But she was also loved. She was loved by someone who valued her so completely that he chose his own suffering as the price of her peace. She was loved without knowing it, which perhaps spares her the burden of reciprocation, but also robs her of the knowledge that her simple existence mattered profoundly to another human being. This is the tragedy of unspoken love, that it exists entirely in the interior world of the lover, and the beloved continues through life unaware that they have been treasured. But perhaps there is also mercy in this arrangement. Eleanor did not have to bear the weight of Em's feelings. Eleanor did not have to choose between kindness and truth. Eleanor simply lived her life, and in doing so gave him the gift of his own interior experience, his own growth, his own becoming a better man through the discipline of keeping silent about what he felt. Watson set down his pen and read what he had written. Considering the philosophical implications, he had, through his years with Holmes, become accustomed to the pursuit of facts, of concrete evidence, of deducible truths. But this mystery seemed to operate in a different register entirely, the register of human emotion, of private feeling, of the hidden interior lives that people maintained behind their public facades. The question of who Em was seemed, now that Watson thought about it more carefully, perhaps less important than the question of what Em had felt and why he had felt it. Because regardless of Em's identity, the essential facts remained. Someone had loved Eleanor. Someone had valued her enough to subject themselves to the torment of unspoken affection. Someone had been changed by the mere fact of knowing her. As if in response to his thoughts, a knock sounded at the door. Holmes entered, shaking rain from his coat, his eyes bright with the particular satisfaction that always came to him after a successful case. He took in Watson's expression with that characteristic glance that seemed to encompass every detail of his friend's emotional and physical state. "You have discovered something," Holmes observed, settling into his chair with a particular grace that belied his usually abrupt manner. "You have that look about you, the expression of a man who has been pursuing an inquiry and has encountered something that has moved him beyond the merely intellectual." Watson, in his usual way, found himself recounting the events of the previous day and a half, his research into Eleanor's history, his visit to Maida Vale, his reflections on the nature of unspoken love. Holmes listened with the particular attention that he reserved for matters that interested him, occasionally asking a clarifying question, but otherwise remaining silent. When Watson had finished, Holmes rose and moved to the mantelpiece where the letter still rested in its envelope. "The question that interests me," Holmes said, "is not who Em was, though certainly that is worth discovering. The question that interests me is why. Why would a man commit such feelings to paper knowing that the paper would almost certainly never be read? Why create a record of love that was intended to remain private? What compelled the act of writing itself?" "Perhaps," Watson suggested, "the act of writing was itself cathartic. Perhaps Em needed to externalize the feeling in order to bear it." "Possible," Holmes acknowledged. "And yet, if that were the case, why hide the letter beneath the carpet? Why not destroy it, thereby achieving complete privacy? Why preserve it? Why leave it where it might, however improbably, be discovered?" Watson considered this. Perhaps on some unconscious level, Em hoped that someday someone might find it and understand. Perhaps the letter was both a private communication and a public testimony. Private in its original intention, but containing within it the seeds of becoming public. Holmes smiled, a rare expression that suggested genuine approval. You have, my dear Watson, begun to think like something more than a biographer of my cases. You are thinking like a philosopher. This letter does indeed contain that paradox. The desire for privacy married to the possibility of discovery. The letter exists in a liminal space between the personal and the universal. Do you think we should attempt to discover M's identity? Watson asked. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that posture of profound concentration that Watson knew well. I think, Holmes said eventually, that the discovery of M's identity, while intellectually satisfying, might rob the letter of something essential. M's identity is contained within his love, within his words, within the evidence of his character that his letter provides. M is, in many ways, more real to us as M than he would be as any actual named individual. The mystery of his identity has become part of the letter's power. You believe we should leave it at that? Watson asked, surprised by his friend's uncharacteristic romanticism. I believe, Holmes corrected, that we should do what Eleanor could not do. We should ensure that her story is remembered, that her life mattered, that the love that was felt for her is acknowledged. And I believe that you, my dear Watson, are uniquely positioned to do that. Your capacity for sympathetic understanding, your ability to see the human dimension in a mystery, these are gifts that I do not possess. Eleanor deserves to be remembered by someone who understands, not merely the facts of her life, but the emotional truth beneath those facts. Watson considered this wisdom from his friend, feeling something settle within him, a sense of purpose, of direction, of understanding what he must do. He would not, he decided, pursue the identity of M to its ultimate conclusion. Instead, he would create a record of Eleanor's life, a narrative that honoured both her quiet existence and the devotion that had been felt for her. That night, as the fire burned low and Baker Street settled into the particular quiet of the late November evening, Watson sat with the letter and allowed himself to imagine Eleanor's life. The young woman arriving in London from the country, uncertain and genteel, taking her position as a governess. He imagined her meeting Catherine Ashworth, experiencing the relief of being taken under someone's protective wing. He imagined her living at Baker Street, walking these streets, existing in this very room where he now sat. And he imagined M, observing her quietly, falling in love with the simple fact of her being, committing to a lifetime of private devotion that would never be acknowledged or reciprocated or resolved. It was a tragedy, yes, but it was also a testament to the capacity of the human heart for feeling that transcended circumstance and convention. It was a record of love itself, in its purest and most selfless form. Eleanor Mowbray had lived. Eleanor Mowbray had been loved. And now, through the discovery of a forgotten letter, Eleanor Mowbray would be remembered, not as a name in a registry, not as a governess or a wife or a line in a death notice, but as a human being who had mattered, who had inspired devotion, who had been worthy of love. That, Watson reflected, was perhaps the greatest gift that time could offer. Not the solving of mysteries, but the recovery of memory, the restoration of dignity to those whom time and circumstance had rendered invisible. The morning light filtered through the sitting-room windows with that pale, attenuated quality that November mornings in London possessed, a light that seemed barely to penetrate the perpetual cloud cover that hung above the city like a benediction or a burden, depending upon one's disposition. Watson had spent the night in fitful sleep, his dreams occupied by fragments of Eleanor's life, by images of letters and carpets and the faces of people long dead. He had woken early and had settled into his chair with tea and yesterday's newspaper, attempting to impose some order upon the restlessness that had taken hold of him. Holmes had returned to the flat sometime during the night. Watson could tell by the scattered notes on his desk, the chemical apparatus that had been employed and then abandoned, the particular state of controlled disorder that always followed his friend's return from a case. The detective himself was not yet visible, which meant he was likely in the small laboratory at the rear of the flat, engaged in some arcane analysis that would have baffled most observers and exhausted most listeners. Watson had settled into the peculiar companionable silence that long years together had cultivated when Holmes emerged from the laboratory, carrying a handkerchief wrapped around something that appeared to be some form of metallic object. He set this down on the desk with the careful precision of a man handling something delicate, and then turned his attention to Watson, with an expression that suggested he had perceived something of significance in his friend's demeanour. "You have not slept well," Holmes observed, moving to the window and gazing out at the grey November morning with the expression of a man contemplating something of interest. "Moreover, you have been occupied with your investigation of the letter in my absence. The papers on your desk suggest you have visited at least 2 different repositories of records, and the mud on your left shoe indicates a journey to a residential neighbourhood. Maida Vale, if the particular clay composition is as I believe. You have, in short, been pursuing something of genuine interest, rather than merely brooding in that manner you adopt when confined to the flat during my investigations." "You are, as always, insufferably accurate," Watson replied, but there was no irritation in his tone. "I have indeed pursued the matter of the letter, and I believe I have uncovered something worth your attention." Holmes settled into his chair with the grace of a cat arranging itself for comfort, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic posture. "Then tell me everything. Omit nothing, however insignificant it may seem to you. The smallest detail may prove to be the linchpin upon which the entire narrative turns." Watson recounted his investigations methodically: the visit to the Register House, the discovery of Eleanor's wedding announcement, the journey to Maida Vale, the conversation with Mrs. Pritchard, his reflections on the nature of unspoken love. Holmes listened without interruption, his grey eyes fixed upon his friend's face with the intensity of a man absorbing not merely the words, but their emotional subtext. When Watson had finished, Holmes remained silent for a long moment, his fingers continuing their steady, meditative motion. "The letter itself," Holmes said eventually, rising from his chair and moving to the mantelpiece where the envelope rested. "Show it to me again. Allow me to examine it with more than cursory attention." Watson produced the letter, and Holmes took it with the reverence that he reserved for documents of genuine significance. He examined the envelope first, studying the address, the fading of the ink, the wear patterns on the paper. Then, with extreme care, he unfolded the letter itself and read through it with meticulous attention, his eyes moving slowly across each line, his expression suggesting that he was extracting meaning from far more than merely the words themselves. "The paper," Holmes said, holding the letter to the light. "Observe the watermark. This is not ordinary stationery, Watson. This is the product of a specific manufacturer, a relatively expensive one, I might add. The paper is of the sort used by persons of some standing, by professionals, by those accustomed to quality in their materials." "M was a man of means, then," Watson ventured. "M was a man of means and education," Holmes corrected. "But more than that, M was a man of refinement. The handwriting bears evidence of considerable training, the kind imparted by expensive schools, rather than the ordinary educational institutions available to the majority of the population. Moreover, observe the manner in which certain letters are formed, the E in Eleanor, the elaborate flourish at the end of M. These are not the affectations of someone newly risen to social prominence, but rather the habits of someone born to a certain station." Holmes moved to the window and held the letter to the light once more, examining it as if it might reveal secrets visible only to his particular mode of perception. "The letter has been read numerous times since it was written," Holmes observed. "The fold marks are worn, the creases softened by repeated opening and closing. This suggests that M did not, in fact, attempt to destroy the letter immediately after writing it. Rather, M preserved it, read it, contemplated it, possibly for a considerable period of time before finally concealing it beneath the carpet." "Why would he do such a thing?" Watson asked. "Because," Holmes replied, turning from the window to face his friend, "M was a man caught between conflicting impulses. On the one hand, M possessed the understanding and the character to recognize that his feelings should not be expressed to their object. On the other hand, M possessed insufficient strength of will to destroy the record of those feelings. The letter became, therefore, a kind of compromise, preserved but hidden, acknowledged but secret, existing in that liminal space between expression and suppression." Holmes settled back into his chair and regarded the letter with an expression of unusual intensity. "You ask who M was," Holmes continued. "Let me offer you what I can deduce from the evidence at hand. M was a man of standing in the community, perhaps a professional of some sort or a man of business. M was clearly educated, cultured, and possessed of considerable emotional depth. M was aware of Eleanor, not merely as a face glimpsed in passing, but as a person, with habits and mannerisms and particular ways of being. This suggests proximity, observation, familiarity. You believe M was someone who visited the household frequently? Watson asked. Almost certainly, Holmes replied. A visitor, a friend of Miss Ashworth's perhaps, or a business acquaintance of whatever gentleman or family employed Eleanor as a governess. Someone with legitimate reason to encounter Eleanor regularly, someone who could observe her without it being remarked upon as unusual. Holmes rose once more and began to pace before the fire, that particular pacing that always accompanied his most profound moments of concentration. But there is another possibility, he continued, and it is this possibility that may be most illuminating. What if M was not a stranger to Eleanor at all? What if M was someone within the household? What if M was, for instance, a brother of Miss Ashworth, or a male relation, someone whose frequent presence would have been utterly unremarkable, yet whose access to Eleanor would have been considerable? Watson considered this possibility. The letter suggests M was unknown to Eleanor. The tone of it, the desperate privacy of it, suggests that Eleanor would have been shocked and distressed to learn of these feelings. Precisely my point, Holmes agreed, which means that M was not in a position to express his feelings directly. M could not simply speak to Eleanor and declare his affection. This constrains our possibilities considerably. M could not be an employer, as that would have created an intolerable situation of power imbalance. M could not be a servant or tradesman, as the gulf of class would have made the situation absurd. M must have been someone of Eleanor's social equals, or near enough to it, yet somehow constrained from expressing his feelings. That constraint arose either from Eleanor's social position making her unsuitable, or from M himself being already committed elsewhere, in marriage perhaps, or to some other entanglement that rendered him unavailable. Holmes ceased his pacing and turned to face Watson directly. The most likely explanation, in my estimation, is that M was a married man, a man who encountered Eleanor at Baker Street, who found in her a quality of being that spoke to something lacking in his own life, and who consequently developed feelings that he could neither express nor act upon. The letter is the cry of a man trapped between feeling and circumstance, between desire and duty. But we may never know his identity, Watson said quietly. No, Holmes agreed, we may not, and I find, to my own considerable surprise, that I do not particularly wish to know it. The mystery of M's identity seems, upon reflection, less important than the truth that M himself possessed. The truth that certain feelings, however deeply felt, are better left unspoken. That certain acts of love are defined precisely by their non-performance. That Eleanor's peace was perhaps preserved by M's silence more than it could have been by any declaration. Holmes returned to his chair and regarded the letter with an expression that suggested he had arrived at some profound understanding. "What you have done, Watson," he said, "through your investigations and your reflections, is to recover something that Victorian society is at great pains to obscure, the truth that ordinary people harbour extraordinary feelings, that the governess and the mysterious man and Miss Ashworth and Eleanor's eventual husband, Mr. Hartwell, were all of them engaged in profoundly human dramas that were never fully visible to the outside world." "What should we do with the letter?" Watson asked. "Should we attempt to trace M further? Should we make inquiries of the Hartwell family?" Holmes shook his head slowly. "I believe the letter should rest where it has been found. I believe that you should do exactly as you have indicated you wish to do. You should record Eleanor's story. You should document what we know and what we have deduced. You should create a narrative that honours not only Eleanor's life, but the love that was felt for her. That is the proper use of this discovery, not the identification of a man who took considerable care to remain unknown." "You believe M intended the letter to remain hidden forever?" Watson asked. "I believe," Holmes replied with unusual gentleness, "that M intended the letter to remain hidden until such time as Eleanor no longer had need of privacy regarding the matter. M hid the letter beneath a carpet, Watson, not in a place where it would certainly be destroyed, but in a place where it might, by chance and circumstance, be discovered long after all parties concerned were beyond being harmed by its revelation. M left it, I believe, as a kind of testimony, a record that he had lived, that he had felt, that Eleanor had mattered. Not to Eleanor herself, but to the world at large, to history, to anyone patient enough to find it and wise enough to understand it." Watson felt something shift within him, a sense of validation, a recognition that his instinct to honour rather than to expose had been correct. "Then we shall leave it at that," Watson said. "I shall document Eleanor's story as a meditation on love and loss, on the hidden dramas of ordinary lives, on the ways in which people matter to each other without ever fully acknowledging that matter." "A worthy goal," Holmes agreed, "and one that, in its own way, is far more profound than any mere identification of M could be. You see, my dear Watson, I spend my life pursuing the truth through the examination of facts and evidence. But there are truths that exist beyond the reach of deduction, truths that can only be apprehended through sympathy and imagination. You possess both of these qualities in abundance, whereas I have had to work all my life to cultivate even the barest minimum of them." Holmes rose and moved to the window once more, gazing out at Baker Street in the grey November morning. "Eleanor Mowbray lived here," he continued softly. "She walked these streets. She stood at these windows. She existed in these rooms. And she was loved, silently and completely, by someone who valued her peace more than he valued his own happiness. That is the essential truth of the letter. Everything else is merely the machinery through which that truth is expressed." The two men sat in companionable silence for a long time after that, watching the morning progress through its pale progression toward midday. Outside, London carried on with its ordinary business. The vendors and the shopkeepers, the clerks and the servants, the countless ordinary people who, like Eleanor, harboured within themselves extraordinary feelings, profound loves, secret dramas that would never be fully witnessed or acknowledged by the outside world. Watson found himself thinking of all the letters that had never been sent, all the declarations that had never been made, all the love that existed in the private world of human feeling, forever unacknowledged but no less real for that. He thought of Eleanor, moving through her life with quiet grace, unaware that she had been treasured. He thought of M, carrying his feelings alone, choosing silence as an act of devotion. He thought of the thousands and thousands of ordinary people who loved and suffered and endured, without the world ever knowing or caring about their inner lives. "The letter should be preserved," Holmes said eventually, breaking the silence. "Not displayed, not made public, but preserved. Perhaps you might place it somewhere safe, a locked drawer, a secure location. Let it rest there, as it has rested beneath the carpet, but let it exist. Let it be available to whoever might, in years to come, need to know that such love existed, that such devotion was possible, that ordinary people could contain within themselves such extraordinary feeling." "I shall do that," Watson agreed quietly. And so it was decided. The letter would not be subjected to further investigation or public revelation. Instead, it would be carefully preserved, a small monument to the hidden emotional lives of the dead, a testament to a love that had existed purely as an interior experience, never fully expressed, never acknowledged by its object, yet no less real for all that. As the morning progressed, and Watson began the work of documenting Eleanor's story in his journal, he found himself returning again and again to Holmes's words. There were truths, Holmes had said, that existed beyond the reach of deduction. There were truths that could only be apprehended through sympathy and imagination. And Eleanor Mowbray's story, the story of a quiet woman who had been loved without knowing it, was precisely such a truth. It was a truth that demanded not investigation but understanding, not exposure but preservation, not the satisfaction of solving a mystery, but the profound and complex satisfaction of honouring what had been lost and what had been beautiful in that loss. Outside, the November afternoon was beginning to fade toward evening. The gas lamps would soon be lit. Baker Street would settle into its evening rhythms, as it had settled into countless evenings before, as it would settle into countless evenings to come. And within the flat at 221B, two men sat with the knowledge that love had existed here, that Eleanor had mattered, that her brief presence on this earth had been enough to inspire one person to write words of such beauty and such restraint that they transcended their immediate context and became something approaching universal. That was enough. It was perhaps the most that any of us could hope for, to matter to someone, even if that matter was never fully expressed, even if it existed only in the privacy of another's heart, even if we never knew that we had been loved. That was the gift that Eleanor unknowingly had given to M, and that was the gift that Elena and M, through the discovery of their hidden letter, had given to Watson, and through him to anyone patient enough to listen to the story of a forgotten letter found beneath the carpet a message from the past speaking across decades to the present, expressing the essential truth that love, in its purest form, asks for nothing but existence. The days that followed Holmes's return to the flat were marked by a curious amalgamation of investigation and reflection. Watson found himself pursuing threads of inquiry, not because he felt compelled to definitively identify M, but rather because Eleanor's story seemed to demand completion, not in the sense of resolving all mysteries, but in the sense of understanding the fuller arc of her life, of honouring the complete narrative of her existence by tracing, as carefully as possible, what had become of her after she left Baker Street. He began by making inquiries into the records of the East India Trading Company where Edmund Hartwell had been employed. These inquiries, conducted through the careful deployment of professional courtesy and persistent politeness, yielded a modest amount of biographical information. Edmund Hartwell had been a respectable man of business, neither particularly distinguished nor notably obscure. He had married Eleanor Morbury in 1879, had maintained his position with the company for nearly 2 decades, and had eventually retired in 1891, a retirement that seemed to suggest either declining health or the accumulation of sufficient wealth to render further labour unnecessary. The couple had lived in Kensington, as the marriage announcement had indicated, and had apparently maintained a quiet, respectable household. There were no scandals associated with the Hartwell name, no reports of domestic discord, no whispers of impropriety. Eleanor had simply lived, had existed as Mrs. Edmund Hartwell, had presumably managed a household, had engaged in whatever social activities were available to a woman of her station, and had eventually succumbed to influenza in the winter of 1893. Watson discovered one additional piece of information that moved him profoundly. In the records of the Kensington Parish Church, there was mention of Eleanor Hartwell's participation in a charitable organisation that provided assistance to governesses and other women in service, women who had fallen on difficult circumstances who needed support in navigating the precarious social position that such employment entailed. The organisation had been founded by Miss Catherine Ashworth, Eleanor's longtime companion and protector, so Eleanor, having been sheltered by Catherine's charity, had apparently spent her married life extending that same charity to others. She had not forgotten what it meant to be vulnerable, to be isolated, to exist in that peculiar liminal space between respectability and precariousness that defined the lives of women in her circumstances. She had taken her own experience of being helped and had transformed it into a life devoted to helping others similarly situated. Watson sat in the reading room of the British Museum, examining these records with a sense of profound recognition. Eleanor had mattered, not merely because she'd been loved by M, though that was significant, but Eleanor had mattered because of who she had been, a woman who had known hardship, had received kindness, and had chosen to pay that kindness forward, a woman who had used her modest circumstances and her secure marriage to create a space where other women could find shelter and support. That evening Watson shared these discoveries with Holmes, who listened with the particular quality of attention that his friend reserved for matters of genuine human significance. She transformed her experience of vulnerability into a life of purpose, Holmes observed, when Watson had finished his account. She did not merely survive her circumstances, Watson. She transcended them. She took what might have been bitterness or resentment or simple resignation and transformed it into active compassion. "Do you think M knew of this?" Watson asked. "Do you think he ever learned what became of Eleanor after she departed from Baker Street?" Holmes considered the question carefully. It is possible, though perhaps unlikely. If M was indeed a married man confined by circumstance, there would have been little opportunity for him to follow Eleanor's subsequent life with any degree of attention. M's knowledge of Eleanor was bounded by their time in proximity at Baker Street. After Eleanor departed, M would have had no more access to information about her than any other casual acquaintance. Then M never knew, Watson said slowly. M never knew that Eleanor had gone on to live a meaningful life, that she had found security and purpose, that she had become a woman of charitable consequence in her own right. No, Holmes agreed, and perhaps that is part of the tragedy of unspoken love. M's feelings existed in a moment, bound by time and circumstance. M could not follow Eleanor into her future. M could only preserve the memory of who Eleanor had been in that particular moment, in that particular place, when M had first begun to love her. Watson felt something settle within him, a sense that the mystery of Eleanor's life had reached a kind of natural conclusion, not because all questions had been answered, but because enough had been understood to honour the essential truth of her existence. The following week, Watson made one final journey. He travelled to Kensington, to the address where Eleanor and Edmund had lived, and stood for a long moment before the house. It was a respectable building, neither grand nor modest, but rather solidly middle-class and eminently respectable. Windows clean, steps swept, the kind of property that suggested careful management and decent means. He did not attempt to knock or enter. Instead, he stood for several minutes, simply observing the place where Eleanor had lived, where she had managed her household, where she had presumably spent the ordinary days of her married life, mornings with breakfast and correspondence, afternoons with needlework and calls, evenings with dinner, and perhaps quiet conversation with her husband. Ordinary days, lived by an ordinary woman, but days that had contained within them the record of having been lived fully and meaningfully. From Kensington, Watson made his way to the parish church where Eleanor had been buried. The churchyard was quiet in that way that burial grounds always are, the grave markers creating a kind of landscape of remembered names and dates. It took some time, but Watson eventually located the grave, a simple stone, without excessive ornamentation, bearing the inscription Eleanor Hartwell, 1851-1893, beloved wife and friend, beloved wife, beloved friend. The words seemed to contain the entirety of Eleanor's life in their brevity. She had been loved. She had been remembered. She had mattered. Watson stood before the grave for a long time, feeling the weight of what he had learned, the sense that Eleanor's story, fragmented though it was, incomplete though it necessarily remained, had something profoundly important to teach about the nature of human life, about the ways that ordinary people navigated extraordinary circumstances, about the capacity for resilience and purpose that existed within individuals who never sought public recognition or acclaim. When he returned to Baker Street, the evening was falling toward night. Holmes was engaged with one of his chemical experiments, and Watson did not disturb him. Instead, he settled at his own desk and began to write the final passages of what would become his record of Eleanor's story. "I've come to understand," he wrote, "that Eleanor's life was not truly a story of tragedy or loss, though certainly elements of both were present. Rather, Eleanor's life was a story of quiet transcendence, of a woman who had known hardship, who had been extended kindness in a moment of vulnerability, and who had chosen to make that kindness the foundation of her entire subsequent existence. We do not know the identity of the man who loved her. We may never know, and I find that I have come to agree with Holmes that this not knowing is itself a kind of gift. Eleanor's story does not depend upon being able to identify and categorize the man who felt what he felt. Eleanor's story is complete in itself, in the arc of her life from vulnerability to security to purpose to death. The letter that was hidden beneath the carpet speaks to us not merely of unspoken love, but of the broader truth that love itself, in its manifestations, its constraints, its expressions and its silences, is the fundamental truth of human existence. We are beings who love. We are beings who feel deeply, who harbour affections and devotions that we often cannot fully express, and we are beings who, like M, sometimes choose to protect the well-being of those we love by choosing silence. But we are also beings who, like Eleanor, can transform the experience of being loved into a life dedicated to loving others. Eleanor did not know that she had been the object of M's affection, yet she lived as if she knew it, as if she understood that she had been valued, and that this valuing had given her worth that extended beyond herself. Perhaps this is the true mystery that the letter has revealed to us. Not the identity of M, but rather the truth that love, when it is genuine and complete, creates ripples that extend far beyond the moment of its feeling. M's love for Eleanor, though never expressed to Eleanor herself, shaped Eleanor's understanding of her own value, and Eleanor's lived experience of having been valued, whether consciously aware of M's feelings or not, allowed her to extend that same sense of value and worth to the women she helped in her later life. In this way, M's love became Eleanor's legacy. The letter that was never sent became, through its eventual discovery, a kind of message across time, a testament to the power of feeling to shape not merely the life of the one who feels, but the lives of all those who are touched by that feeling in its various manifestations. Watson paused in his writing and looked up from his desk. The fire was burning low. The evening had deepened into night. Outside, Baker Street was quiet, peaceful, the ordinary life of the city settling into sleep. He thought of Eleanor, who had walked these streets, who had lived in this building, who had been part of the continuous stream of human existence that flowed through this particular corner of London. He thought of M, whoever he had been, moving through his own life, carrying his secret feeling, never able to fully acknowledge what he felt, but finding in that very constancy of feeling a kind of meaning and purpose. He thought of the letter, which had waited beneath the carpet through decades of darkness, waiting to be found by someone patient enough to listen to what it had to say, wise enough to understand not merely its surface meaning but its deeper truth. And he thought of Catherine Ashworth, that mysterious benefactress who had sheltered Eleanor, who had taken an isolated and vulnerable young woman under her protective wing, and who had thereby set in motion a series of consequences that rippled forward through time, touching the lives of countless women who would come after. The letter had been a small thing, a piece of paper, some words, a moment of desperation and feeling captured in ink. And yet it had revealed entire worlds. It showed Watson the interconnectedness of human lives, the ways that people touched each other and shaped each other, often without fully understanding the magnitude of their impact. Over the following weeks, Watson devoted himself to creating a comprehensive record of what he had discovered. He wrote careful notes detailing Eleanor's life, her connection to Catherine Ashworth, her marriage to Edmund Hartwell, her charitable work with vulnerable women, and her death from influenza. He recorded his reflections on the nature of unspoken love, on the reasons that M had felt compelled to write a letter that was never meant to be sent, on the paradox of a love that was most meaningful precisely because it remained entirely private and undeclared. Holmes, observing these efforts, occasionally offered his own reflections. One evening, as Watson was reviewing his notes, the detective made an observation that seemed to crystallize much of what they had been discussing. The remarkable thing about this entire matter, Holmes said, is that it required no extraordinary deduction or investigation to reach its essential truth. The letter itself, read with sympathy and imagination, contained within it the entire narrative. You did not need me to solve this mystery, Watson. You need only to trust your own capacity for understanding, for empathy, for recognizing in Eleanor's story and in M's feelings something fundamental about the human condition. And yet, Watson replied, it was your encouragement that allowed me to pursue this path rather than abandoning it in favor of practical investigation. Because, Holmes said with unusual gentleness, I have learned through our many years together that there are mysteries worthy of pursuit, precisely because they cannot be solved in the conventional sense. There are truths that exist not in facts but in feelings, not in evidence but in understanding. You have pursued this truth with admirable patience and uncommon wisdom. As the investigation drew to a close, Watson found himself returning again and again to the fundamental question that had animated the entire endeavour. Why? Why had M written the letter? Why had M hidden it? Why had it waited beneath the carpet through 17 years until Watson, engaged in the simple act of cleaning, had discovered it? The answer, he had come to believe, was both simple and profound. M had written the letter because certain feelings demand expression, even if that expression can never be shared with their object. M had hidden the letter because those same feelings demand privacy, discretion, respect for the peace and dignity of the one who inspires them. And the letter had waited beneath the carpet because some truths are meant to be discovered not by those they immediately concern, but by future generations, by people patient enough to attend to the hidden stories of the past. Eleanor Morbury was gone. M, whoever he had been, was certainly gone as well. Catherine Ashworth, Edmund Hartwell, all the people who had inhabited this narrative were dead, transformed into memories, into records, into the accumulated dust of Victorian history. And yet their story persisted, their truth persisted. The love that had been felt, the kindness that had been extended, the quiet transcendence that had characterized Eleanor's life, all of this persisted, preserved in the letter and in the narrative that Watson had constructed around it. On the final evening of his work on the matter, Watson placed the letter carefully in a locked drawer of his desk, where it would remain, protected and preserved, available to future discovery if future discovery seemed warranted but otherwise left to its rest. He returned to his chair before the fire and allowed himself to contemplate what he had learned, what he had uncovered, what he had come to understand through his investigation of a single forgotten letter. The world, he reflected, was filled with such letters. The world was filled with unspoken feelings, with love that existed in the privacy of individual hearts, with devotion that manifested itself through silence rather than through words. Most of these feelings went forever unrecorded, unacknowledged, unknown save by the one who harboured them. But sometimes, rarely, and through the operation of chance and circumstance, these hidden feelings found their way into the light. Sometimes they were discovered, and when they were discovered, they had the power to transform understanding, to deepen compassion, to reveal truths about the human condition that could not be learned through any other means. Eleanor had been one such truth. Her quiet life, her resilience, her ability to transform the experience of being helped into a life devoted to helping others. These qualities spoke to something essential in human nature, something that transcended class and circumstance and the particular constraints of Victorian society. And M's love for Eleanor was another such truth. The truth that the greatest loves are often those that exist entirely in the interior world of the lover, that ask for nothing, that expect nothing, that manifest themselves through the discipline of remaining silent, through the difficult work of preserving peace and dignity for the one who is loved. These truths had been hidden for nearly 2 decades. They had waited beneath a carpet, waiting to be discovered. And now, through Watson's patient investigation and his thoughtful reflection, they have been brought into the light. Not to be judged or evaluated, but to be honoured and understood as part of the vast, intricate tapestry of human feeling that existed beneath the surface of ordinary Victorian life. Outside, the November night had fully arrived. The rain had begun again, gentle, steady rain that fell on Baker Street as it had fallen so many times before, during Eleanor's residence, during M's time of loving in silence, during the decades when the letter waited beneath the carpet. The rain would continue to fall, as it always did, washing clean the streets of London, carrying away the dust of the day, preparing the world for another dawn. And within the flat at 221B Baker Street, in the warm glow of the firelight, Watson sat with the knowledge that he had been allowed to glimpse, through the discovery of a forgotten letter, something precious and true, the hidden lives of the dead, the love that had existed and had shaped lives without those lives ever knowing that they had been shaped. It was a gift, he thought, an extraordinary gift, delivered through the simple accident of finding something beneath a carpet while in the midst of ordinary cleaning. The story of Eleanor and M, fragmented though it necessarily was, incomplete though it must remain, had been told. It had been honoured, it had been preserved, and in being preserved, it would continue to speak to future readers, to anyone patient enough to listen to the voices of the past, to anyone sympathetic enough to understand that love, in all its forms and manifestations, was the truest thing that human beings possessed, the most reliable path to understanding what it meant to be alive, to matter, to have mattered. That was enough. It was perhaps everything. December arrived in London with the particular quality of cold that seemed to seep from the very stones of the city, a dampness that penetrated clothing and settled into bones, creating that characteristic Victorian atmosphere where tea and fire and the warmth of human companionship became not merely comforts, but necessities. Watson found himself spending more time in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street than he had in some months, drawn by the presence of the fire and by something else, a kind of gravitational force that seemed to emanate from the locked drawer where the letter now rested. He had completed his documentation of Eleanor's story. The narrative was finished, carefully written out in his journal, a record of what had been discovered and what had been deduced and what remained, necessarily and perhaps importantly unknown. The act of writing had been simultaneously cathartic and profoundly moving, each word a small act of preservation, each paragraph a monument to Eleanor's memory and M's love. But as December advanced and the year moved toward its close, Watson found himself returning repeatedly to the question of what should become of the letter itself. Should it remain locked away indefinitely? Should it eventually be destroyed? Should it perhaps be donated to some archive, preserved for future scholars and researchers? The question seemed to hover in the space between practical, decision, and something more fundamental, a recognition that whatever choice he made regarding the letter would somehow determine the final meaning and purpose of Eleanor's story. One evening, as snow began to fall softly outside the windows of Baker Street, creating that hushed quality that snow always brings to the city, Watson broached the subject with Holmes. "What should we do with the letter?" he asked simply, pouring tea for both of them. "It cannot remain in a locked drawer indefinitely. That seems to me to preserve it in a way that does not honour what it is." Holmes was gazing out at the snow, watching the large wet flakes drift slowly downward, transforming the ordinary streets of London into something approaching a landscape from a fairy tale. He did not respond immediately, and Watson had learned through long years together that this contemplative silence often preceded his most profound observations. "The letter," Holmes said eventually, "has already been preserved in the most important way. It has been read. It has been understood. It has been honoured through the creation of narrative around it. In many respects, Watson, the physical letter is now secondary to the truth it contains." "But the physical letter will deteriorate," Watson objected. "Paper ages, ink fades. Eventually, all that will remain of the letter itself will be dust." "As it should be," Holmes replied, turning from the window to face his friend. "All physical things eventually return to dust. That is the nature of material existence. But the truth contained within the letter, that does not dust. The love that was felt, the sacrifice that was made through silence, the dignity that was preserved through non-expression, these things do not deteriorate. These things are preserved in the minds of those who have understood them, and will be preserved in the minds of anyone who hears the story and grasps its significance." Watson considered this. "You believe the letter should be destroyed, then?" "I believe," Holmes said carefully, "that the letter should be allowed to make its own completion. The letter has done what it was meant to do. It has spoken to those who needed to hear it. It has revealed what needed to be revealed. Perhaps its final resting place should be one that seems fitting to what it has accomplished." Watson sat with this possibility for a long moment. The fire crackled before them, and outside the snow continued its slow descent. Somewhere in London, in the vast, complicated network of streets and alleys and buildings that comprise the city, the ghosts of Eleanor and Em and Catherine Ashworth moved through the darkness, carried in memory and in the truth of their lived lives. Over the next several weeks, as December deepened and Christmas approached with its particular quality of expectation and remembrance, Watson found himself making a decision that seemed to arise organically from all that he had learned. He would not destroy the letter, nor would he preserve it in some locked archive. Instead, he would return it to the place from which it had been discovered, the space beneath the carpet of the sitting room at 221B Baker Street. But before he did this final thing, he performed one last act. On a cold day in late December, when the snow lay thick on the streets, and the city had settled into that particular quality of quiet that the season brought, Watson made his way once more to the churchyard in Kensington, where Eleanor was buried. He brought with him a small item, a copy of his complete narrative regarding Eleanor's life and Em's love, bound simply but securely in leather. He stood before Eleanor's grave for a long time, holding the narrative, feeling the weight of what he had created and discovered. "Eleanor Morbury," he said quietly, speaking aloud in that manner that sometimes seems necessary when one addresses the dead. "I have endeavoured to understand your story. I have attempted to honour what was hidden, to bring light to what was meant to remain in darkness. I do not know if this serves you, wherever you are, but I believe it serves the truth of what you were, what you endured, what you accomplished. You were loved, Eleanor, deeply and completely and entirely selflessly, and you never knew it. But perhaps in some manner that transcends our ordinary understanding of time and knowledge, you do now know it. Perhaps the attention that is finally being paid to your memory, decades after your death, somehow reaches you in whatever realm contains the souls of the dead." Watson placed the leather-bound narrative carefully at the base of Eleanor's grave, where it rested beneath the stone that bore her name, sheltered from the elements by the grave marker itself. It was not a permanent solution. Rain and snow and the passage of seasons would eventually destroy the paper, but it seemed fitting. The narrative would rest at Eleanor's grave for a time, and then it would return to the elements from which it had come, becoming part of the earth, part of the great cycling of matter and memory that underlay all existence. "Thank you," Watson said simply before departing the churchyard. "Thank you for allowing me to know your story." On the evening of Christmas Eve, with snow falling soft and steady outside the windows of Baker Street, Watson made his final preparation regarding the letter. He removed it from the locked drawer where it had been resting these past weeks. The letter seemed to have grown lighter somehow, as if the act of being read and understood had removed from it some weight it had been carrying for decades. He held it for a long moment, feeling the fragile paper in his hands, aware that he was holding something that had been precious to someone who was now dead, that he was participating in a process of transmission that extended back more than 2 decades and would, he hoped, extend forward into futures he could not imagine. Then, carefully and deliberately, he moved to the carpet of the sitting room, the same carpet beneath which the letter had been hidden for so long. He lifted one corner of the carpet, creating just enough space to slip the letter beneath it once more. This time, however, he did not hide it randomly or accidentally. Instead, he placed it in a location where it might be discovered again, but only by someone who was paying careful attention, someone who was looking for something, someone who, like Watson himself not so many months ago, was engaged in the act of care and maintenance that created the circumstances for discovery. As he replaced the carpet, smoothing it carefully so that its surface appeared undisturbed, Watson found himself thinking about the nature of legacy, about the ways that objects could carry meaning and intention across time, about the possibility that Eleanor's story would not end with him, but would continue to unfold through future discoveries, future readers, future people who would encounter the letter and be moved by what it contained. "What have you done?" Holmes asked, observing from his chair with the particular intensity that he reserved for observing Watson's more significant actions. "I have returned the letter to where it was found," Watson replied, "but I have placed it deliberately rather than accidentally. I have ensured that it will be discovered again, but only by someone patient enough to search, careful enough to notice, sympathetic enough to understand." Holmes nodded slowly, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth, that rare expression that indicated genuine approval and understanding. "You have done something remarkable, Watson," he said. "You have ensured that Eleanor's story will not end with us. You have created the possibility of future discovery, future understanding, future people who will encounter this letter and will be moved by it as you have been moved. In doing so, you have transformed a private letter into a kind of gift, a gift to the future, to posterity, to anyone who might someday have the need of knowing that such love existed, that such sacrifice was possible." Watson settled into his chair, feeling a profound sense of completion, of rightness, of having participated in something that transcended the ordinary categories of experience. "It occurred to me," Watson said, "that we are all, in our own ways, like Eleanor. We are all moving through the world, affecting others, creating ripples that extend far beyond our understanding. And we are all, perhaps, like Em as well, harbouring feelings and thoughts and loves that we never fully express, that we carry privately through our lives. The letter seemed to suggest that this is not a tragedy, but rather part of what it means to be human. We are beings who feel more than we can express, who love more than we can articulate, who matter more to others than we can ever fully know." Holmes was quiet for a long moment, watching the fire burn, watching the snow continue its gentle descent outside the windows. "You have learned something from this investigation that I have been attempting to teach you through our many years together," Holmes said eventually. "You have learned that the pursuit of truth is not always about solving mysteries or arriving at definitive conclusions. Sometimes the pursuit of truth is about understanding, about honouring complexity, about recognising that the most important truths are those that resist complete categorisation and remain forever slightly out of reach." As Christmas Eve deepened into the small hours of morning, Watson and Holmes sat together in the sitting room, watching the fire burn low, listening to the sounds of London settling into the silence of the holiday. Somewhere beneath the carpet, invisible but present, was the letter. Somewhere in London's cemeteries, Eleanor rested with Watson's narrative of her life placed at her grave. Somewhere in the realm of memory and history, Em's undeclared love continued to reverberate, continuing to speak across the decades to anyone patient enough to listen. The mystery was not solved. It would never be fully solved, and yet it had been, in its own way, completed. Not through the provision of answers, but through the creation of understanding. Not through the identification of hidden things, but through the honour paid to those hidden things and to the people who had harboured them in their hearts. Over the following days, as Christmas passed and the year moved toward its conclusion, Watson found himself returning repeatedly to the sitting room, standing above the carpet beneath which the letter now rested. He never attempted to retrieve it or verify that it remained in the place where he had put it. To do so would have been to violate the very purpose he had in mind. Instead, he simply acknowledged its presence, honoured its existence, and allowed it to rest in the darkness where it belonged. On New Year's Eve, as 1895 began its final hours, Watson sat alone in the sitting room while Holmes was away on some case that had called him to the docks. The fire was burning brightly, casting its warm glow across the familiar furnishings, the comfortable chaos of the room that had been home for nearly 15 years. Outside, the sounds of London preparing to celebrate the turning of the year drifted up from the streets below. Distant music, the occasional burst of laughter, the sense of a city preparing to mark one more transition from past to future. Watson found himself reflecting on what the discovery of the letter had taught him. He had come to understand that every place, every building, every ordinary room contained within it countless stories. Stories of people who had lived and felt and loved and suffered and endured. These stories were largely invisible to the casual observer, hidden beneath the surface of ordinary life, preserved only in the memories of those who had experienced them or in the small artifacts and objects that remained behind when people departed. But sometimes, if one paid careful attention, if one approached the world with sympathy and imagination, these stories could be recovered. The past could speak across the decades, could reach out and touch the present, could remind us that we were part of an endless chain of human experience, that our own lives were but links in a vast chain of connection and consequence that extended backward through time and would extend forward into futures we could not imagine. Eleanor had been one such story, Em had been another, and now, through the discovery of the letter and the investigation that had followed, they had been given a kind of voice, a kind of presence in the contemporary world. They were no longer merely the dead. They were teachers, exemplars, carriers of truth about what it meant to be human, to feel, to love, to sacrifice, to endure. As midnight approached, Watson raised a glass of wine to the carpet, to the letter resting beneath it, to Eleanor and Em and all the other ordinary people whose stories had been lost to time but who had, through the evidence of their lived lives, something important to say. To those who have gone before, he said quietly, to those who have loved and suffered and endured and left behind them only the fragmentary evidence of their existence. May their stories be honoured, may their love be remembered, may the truth of what they were continue to speak to those who come after. The clock struck midnight. Outside, the city erupted in celebration. The turning of the year, the beginning of a new era, the perpetual human desire to mark time's passage and assert continuity against the relentless forward motion of existence. But in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, in the warmth of the firelight, there was only quiet, only the sense of presence, of completeness, of a story having been told, honoured, and allowed to rest. Watson finished his wine and settled into his chair, watching the fire burn down to embers, watching the night deepen. He thought of Eleanor, moving through her life with quiet grace, unaware that she had been loved, unaware that decades after her death, a man would discover evidence of that love and would commit it to memory and narrative. He thought of Em, carrying his impossible feelings through the years, choosing silence as an act of devotion, writing words that were meant never to be read, and yet which had, improbably, been discovered and honoured and understood. He thought of the carpet beneath his feet, beneath which the letter now rested once more, ready to be discovered again by some future person who might, through the finding of the letter, come to understand something important about what it meant to be alive, to feel, to matter, to have mattered. And he thought of the greater truth that the letter seemed to embody, that love, in its truest form, asked for nothing. Love was not dependent upon reciprocation or acknowledgement, or even upon the knowledge of the one who was loved. Love simply existed in the private world of the lover as the truest and most complete expression of what a human being could feel. Eleanor had lived. Em had loved. The letter had been written, hidden, forgotten, discovered, read, understood, and now was allowed to rest once more in darkness, waiting for future discovery, future understanding, future people who would encounter it, and would be moved and transformed by the truth it contained. This was the adventure of the forgotten letter, not an adventure of excitement or danger or dramatic revelation, but an adventure of understanding, of connection across time, of the recognition that we are all of us part of something larger than ourselves, part of a great interconnected web of human feeling and experience that stretched backward into the past and forward into futures we could not imagine. As the night deepened and the new year settled into its beginning, Watson allowed himself to rest in this understanding. The mystery was not solved, and yet it was complete. The letter's purpose had been fulfilled, and now it could rest. Eleanor's story had been told, and now it could be carried forward by anyone patient enough to listen, sympathetic enough to understand, wise enough to recognize that the most profound truths were often those that could never be fully expressed, but only honored, only preserved, only allowed to exist in the space between what was known and what remained forever unknown. Somewhere in London, in the vast, complicated network of streets and buildings and lives that comprised the city, the ghosts of Eleanor and Em and Catherine Ashworth and Edmund Hartwell, and all the countless other ordinary people who had lived and loved and mattered, moved through the darkness, their stories preserved not in books or in records or in the artifacts they left behind, but in the hearts and minds of those who had known them, those who had loved them, and those who would someday, through accident or design, encounter the evidence of their lived lives and would be moved to understand something essential about what it meant to be human. The letter rested beneath the carpet. Eleanor rested in her grave. Em rested in the past. And Watson rested in his chair, feeling the warmth of the dying fire, listening to the sounds of London moving forward into its future, accepting that some mysteries were meant to be discovered not through investigation, but through understanding, not through solving, but through honouring, not through the revelation of all facts, but through the humble acknowledgement that the human heart contained within it infinities that could never be fully mapped or categorised or explained. This was the adventure of the forgotten letter. This was the peace that came from accepting that some stories were beautiful precisely because they remained forever slightly beyond complete comprehension, forever able to speak to us not through the provision of answers but through the evocation of deep truths about what it meant to love, to sacrifice, to matter, to have mattered. As the New Year's night slowly transformed into the New Year's morning, and as the first light of 1896 began to appear on the horizon, Watson sat quietly in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, watching the sun rise on a new day, a new year, a new chapter of the endless story of human existence that would continue to unfold, continue to accumulate mysteries and discoveries and forgotten letters waiting beneath carpets to be found by those patient enough to search, curious enough to wonder, and wise enough to understand that the greatest truths were often hidden not in facts, but in the spaces between facts, in the silences between words, in the love that existed entirely in the private world of the human heart. The letter would wait. Eleanor would rest. The past would continue to speak to the present, and the present would continue to listen, continue to honour, continue to preserve the stories of those who had gone before, in the humble recognition that we are all, in the end, part of the same great story. The story of love, of sacrifice, of the infinite capacity of the human heart to feel and to endure. This was the adventure of the forgotten letter. This was its completion. This was its rest. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of Chicago, the sea-kissed breeze of Santorini, the quiet charm of Bruges, or the warm night air of Doha? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness cradle you. Let your dreams wander gently through the night. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.